All right, guys, we are live. This is the big game. This is the one, right? This is what we dealt with over the preseason. We basically rearranged our entire franchise for this one individual, and we are playing against a 1-9-1 team, and we're not much better, but we do get to see Deshaun Watson play. So with me today, as always, I've got my dad there in the bottom right-hand corner. I also have Jonathan Schlegel, friend of the show and interim host. John, how's it going? I see you're not flying, but you are flying. What are your thoughts on the game today?
It's going very well. I'm looking forward to this game. We didn't see a really great Deshaun Watson in preseason. I don't know if you guys remember way back in the preseason games. We didn't see a lot of great Deshaun Watson. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got in a real game when he's had some practices under his belt and coming forward.
Right.
Yeah, Dad. What about you? What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, as people know, if they're a follower of this show, I am not a Deshaun Watson fan, so I'm curious to see how he does. They are going to heckle him as much as they can there, see how he stands up to them. He's got about 10 women who are going to show up, who are on his list, represented by their lawyer.
Only 10?
No, yeah, only 10.
I guess that's a win.
And
less than a third. Less than a third bothered to show up with their check in hand, I guess.
Well, they're going to show up. It'll be interesting to see if the NFL gives them any airtime whatsoever.
I would doubt it.
A screenshot or this or that or a mention. It'll be on Twitter. Maybe there'll be protests outside. We'll see how he does handling the pressure, handling, just coming into the game and playing after being out for so long. I think we should win this game with him or with Brissett 45-10. And if anything less than that, some people will salvage, we win 21-17 and, he's knocking the rust off. There'll be a lot of those people out there, but there's no comparison between the two teams. Our defense should show up. They should have a field day with whoever is the quarterback for the Texans. And unfortunately, I have a commitment this afternoon, so I'm only going to be able to stay at Mike's for half the game. But in my opinion, the game should be over by halftime. And if it's not, well, obviously we got some issues with defense continuing, even against probably one of the worst teams in the league. If we lose this game or don't come out very well, it'll be the sign of, what's going to happen for the rest of the season. Mm-hmm. And then it's a question of, can they improve the defense next year? Because you can't win with this defense. We're not, I don't care what Watson does. You're not going to win. You may win 8 games, but you're not going to be a Super Bowl contender. You're not going to be able to hold up against Cincinnati and against Buffalo and against Miami. Those teams have defenses. Even the Jets have a pretty good defense that's showing up week after week. And for the talent that we have supposedly on that side of the ball, we are just not getting our money's worth. So it'll be interesting. I'm not going to root against him, but I'm not going to root for him per se as an individual. Rooting for the Browns, obviously, to win. It's always nice to get a victory and go from there.
Looks like the inactives today, Kellen Mond, Michael Woods, Isaiah Graham, Thomas Graham, Isaiah Thomas, David Njoku, and Tommy Togaya. I don't know if you pronounce his name. I don't know if that's how you pronounce his last name, but he's a defensive tackle, and since our essentially doesn't matter because our defense is that bad. And the question is, Dad, to your point, can we win with this defense? I think I think we have enough talent to be competitive on defense. We showed that we could be competitive last week against Tom Brady. We got absolutely annihilated by the Miami Dolphins, who I think are very underrated, and I think they are a Super Bowl contending team this year, the Miami Dolphins, as long as they can stay healthy, specifically around Tua. But they showed us how good coaching and good scheming can just absolutely annihilate another team. Sure. And I think with Joe Woods, he has enough talent on that defense to be able to make it happen. It's his scheming, I think, is a big, big problem. And the fact that we have a very light interior line that teams that, and we noticed this early on, that teams were running all over us that had no business running all over us, who didn't have 100-yard, didn't have 1,000-yard rushers, didn't even have enough talent to really have 100-yard rushers, and they were putting up tremendous yards. And
the Jets game, they had a third-string running back that was...
Yeah, the Falcons game, too. The Falcons game, they had a practice squad guy who walked down, who ran it down our throat like he was Jerome Bettis and Walter Payton combined.
Well, it starts with the defensive line.
That's
defensive line. And when Myles Garrett is just concerned about sacking the quarterback, and you got Clowney on the other side doing the same thing.
He's even out there.
Yeah, you got nobody in the middle. Mm-hmm. You got a recipe for disaster. And again, will Myles Garrett go for sacks, or will he play defensive end and make sure nobody beats him on his side running the ball, and then helping out in the middle when they try to run it up the middle, and let Clowney take care of his own side? If they do that, well, then we'll see an improvement. But if we don't, Garrett will get his 1 or 2 sacks. Whether they mean anything or not, who knows? Depends on timing of the game.
Garrett is pretty damn good.
Well, yeah, but he can be beat. I've seen it over and over again where he just rushes the quarterback and they run right through him, right around him, inside him, outside him. He's gassed after whatever. So let's see who shows up today. Let's put another good game under his belt, and then maybe I'll cut him a break.
Well, I mean, he got schemed out of his mind against Miami. So, I mean, Myles can be dominant, but if other teams are going to scheme against him, and then we have no plan to adjust or do anything to help out Myles, then he's going to be a non-factor. And we've seen that many times. Well, we've seen Myles become just irrelevant in a game. And then last week, you've got a game where, he was able to make it happen. So it's like, I think the thing is with Myles is he has the ability, he has all the talent and everything going for him. It's that we do not have the coaches that can take advantage of him. Our entire defensive scheme revolves around Myles Garrett rushing 1,000 miles an hour at the quarterback. And if he gets stopped, then the quarterback has no pressure. And all they have to do is throw a tight end or a running back or a combination of the two. And then Myles Garrett can't get to him, and they take enough time, or they do a screen pass over the top, or they just run right through the hole that Myles Garrett creates because he doesn't contain. It's very easy to do it.
But if you're to make Myles Garrett irrelevant, you must use some of your offensive resources, whether it's a line, tight ends, whatever. You have to use resources to make him irrelevant. Right. And if you're making him irrelevant, that means that the rest of the offense is somewhat weaker because those resources are being deployed to go and make Myles Garrett irrelevant.
Theoretically,
it's kind of like the way if a cornerback isn't mentioned in an entire game, it's probably because he was doing such a good job that the quarterback didn't even. But
that's exactly my point. It's like if they can make Myles Garrett irrelevant by just chipping him with a running back, then yes, it takes the running back theoretically out of the play. But if the rest of the defense is relying on Myles Garrett getting to the quarterback and putting pressure because they're not good enough to cover, and the defensive scheme, the soft zone that Joe Woods plays, allows them to just find little pockets and nestle in and then have the quarterback dump it off, it doesn't work. It just stops working. And then, so that's I think my biggest problem here, and you see it. Look at the Ravens, how bad their defense has been ever since Wink Martindale has been lost on that team.
Right.
The Steelers' defense is not as good. I mean, it is, and there are people that are saying like, hey, the defense is changing. It's changing into this soft zone. Don't blitz, don't do all this stuff. And I mean, to be honest, I think we have enough talent to be competitive. I just don't think we're being used correctly. I want to give a shout out to everybody in chat real quick. We got Cleveland BCI, Browns fan, 1977. Ham Bones in the house, mid plug. Gary Washington, what's going on, Gary? Sarah. We have Pee Wee's Dog Pound. David Smith, Derek Jones. I don't want to miss anybody, but my eyes don't work very good. David's here. Sean McKenzie, Xander Hernandez. Mark Schoen's here. What's going on, Mark? Yeah, guys. So this is a big one, though. I mean, this is, for all intents and purposes, we're getting a preview of what next year is going to look a lot like. And
let's hope not on the defensive side. Let's hope it really improved. And one final comment on Miles. In his defense, he is being held and chipped probably more than any other defensive end in the NFL. A lot of times they don't call it. I think Mike, you posted maybe one of the videos where he's being held all the way back to the quarterback, and they don't throw the flag. And the excuse when Miles challenges it, one of the refs said to him, "Well, you were making progress going to the quarterback, so we didn't throw the flag," or some ridiculous comment that should have been, if he's being held, you throw the flag, period. So in his defense,
how many times have the Browns? How many times have they thrown flags on plays that were nowhere near the football after a guy was already past him? Some sort of infraction occurred, and we got touchdowns pulled back on us. Right. But if you're Myles Garrett, you're allowed to just be held, and the league, the official, come out and says, "Well, yeah, but we don't think that." You were still making an effort to get to the quarterback, so we didn't think it was impacting you that much.
Right. And I've got one more
ridiculous
comment about Myles Garrett. In his defense, is that Myles Garrett needs no defense. He is the defense, and he's awesome.
Yeah, I just put out a tweet yesterday. Yesterday. To be clear, the NFL has made it official that holding Myles Garrett is allowed. 92,000 impressions, 1,800 engagements, 122 retweets, 1,369 likes. People are pissed about this. And so this is the more that we can shine a light on Myles being held. Every time he gets held, if I can get a video of that, I want to tweet it out. Because it is, a lot of people are upset about it. And the only way to make change is to make sure that the league sees it and people pick up on it, because it's another way that they could screw over the Browns. Now, you know what? I do want to get to the Deshaun stuff. I do want to talk about that. But you know what? There's another thing that came out, another tweet that was really interesting to me, that there are fans now that are looking to see which officiating crews are being assigned to the teams, and then looking at the stats of those officiating crews, like when they officiate a team like a Tom Brady led team, like what the record is for Tom Brady. Then they look at how many penalties are called. Then they look at the betting lines that are associated with these. People are starting to put some of these questions together to start telling a story about how, certain elements of the NFL are being manipulated. Now, are they being rigged 100%? I don't think they're putting magnets in the ball. I don't think they're doing anything crazy like that, but I do think that there are elements to it. Human beings are fallible. Human beings are able to be corrupt.
They have tendencies too. There's crews that have tendency to throw the flags. There's other ones that don't. There's some that like the holding call. They throw a flag every other play. And there's some that say, let them play, let them play, let them play. Yeah. And you get that inconsistency from week to week. You figure, what the hell is going on? And hopefully the NFL is looking at that, and they're taking those inconsistencies out of the game by changing the officials and not letting them continue their tendencies, as opposed to trying to be fair and balance the entire game and for whomever's on the field.
Yeah, it looks like Pee Wee's was just talking about. I wonder what's going on in Deshaun Watson's head right now. Mary Kay Cabot had tweeted out a video of Deshaun Watson getting a warm welcome by the fans, by Browns fans and by Texans fans, and signing jerseys and stuff. So it doesn't seem like it's bad. It doesn't seem too bad. I don't know if the Texans fans are honestly all that pissed off at Deshaun. Like they don't. I don't think they care.
Yeah, and not only that, but their season is trashed right now. They're all in on the Astros right now. It's going to be, this stadium's going to be 2/3 Browns fans today. So, and there's a lot of Cleveland transplants in Texas, just like Miami is full of transplants. Houston, Texas is full of transplants too.
Yeah. Well, and then, you got Miles coming back. Miles is from Texas. So he's, from, I believe, the Houston area. So this is a homecoming for him as well. And, it's not a primetime game. At least the NFL didn't do that. Surprised, actually, because, if you look back to the suspension, how much time Deshaun was going to get, everybody was talking about how it's just, how convenient is it that they give him 11 games, right? That just lines up so he plays against the Texans in Houston as his first game back from the suspension. It's just very convenient that they did that.
I'm a conspiracy theorist on that one. They did it on purpose. And they didn't expect the Texans to be so bad. And so they're hiding the game as much as possible. But they wanted it to be a primetime matchup if the teams would have been ready to rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Who do we play next week, Mike?
I believe it's the Bengals in Cincinnati.
Well, that'll be a big game. All the hype will be around that. If we win this game,
Watson sorry. It's the Bengals in Cincinnati, then the Ravens. The first game that we'll get to see Deshaun at home is the Ravens on December 18th. Then we play Christmas Eve at home against the Saints. That'll be interesting. That'll be a fun game. A home Christmas Eve game. As opposed to the away game last year on Christmas Day. So, here's the fun thing, guys. This is the interesting thing about this. I think it will take a collapse of some team for us to be able to have a shot at a playoff bid here. But it always comes down to like a game or two, And it's unfortunate that we didn't get that the Falcons game went the way it did, the Chargers game and the Jets. Imagine if we had won those 3 games. Instead of being 4-7, we're 7-4, heading into tied for first place in the AFC North and controlling our own destiny with Deshaun coming back with a very weak final 6 games of the season. That's all it comes down to. A lot of times in the NFL, it's so close, but we end up ripping off these 6 games somehow, some miracle. Then Andrew Berry and all these guys are going to look like geniuses that they stole a guy, and if we happen to sneak our way,
they didn't steal him by any means. They paid for him in blood, sweat, and tears of all of us fans as far as draft choices. And I don't care about the money other than the fact it was guaranteed. But the NFL's looking into that too, saying no other quarterback since Deshaun Watson is getting these guaranteed contracts, and maybe there's some collusion between the teams and whatever to limit what these quarterbacks are getting.
To let the Browns do the biggest weird deal in history. This is not a collusion thing, because if it was collusion, it'd be collusion to stop it.
No, not for him, but for all the other quarterbacks coming out. And in justification, not for it, but against
stop these guaranteed contracts is what you're alleging. I can see that as a possibility.
The quarterbacks are saying, "Where's my guaranteed contract? Why can't I get one?" Mm-hmm. Well, they're all so gun shy as a result of the Watson deal. I mean, they set the bar so high. And not that I feel bad for these quarterbacks because they're making $1 zillion. Look at the bad contracts that were done for top-rated quarterbacks beyond Watson. You got Kyler Murray, who's doing absolutely horrible. You got Russell Wilson going to Denver, playing them into the ground. He's playing so badly so far this season.
Dan, let me stop you there for a second. First of all, you've got a great theory. Flesh it out, and I'm going to be a believer like the moon landing stuff. But
no, I'm just citing what they're saying on Twitter.
Yeah, I have to go. So
enjoy that brisket. That's all.
Go Browns.
Enjoy
All
that
right, see you,
brisket.
John. All right, let me switch over to our regularly scheduled Brownie post game.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, guys. So basically, I don't know. I think the league, I think it does. I think it did make some problems happen, especially for guys like Lamar Jackson who's trying to get paid. He's trying to get that. He wants that guaranteed contract. And so it creates a problem for him. I mean, just like in any sport. I mean, do you think baseball wants to have guaranteed contracts? Of course they don't.
What Judge is going to get when he signs either with the Yankees or San Francisco, he's going to be the highest paid baseball player ever. And considering what he did last season.
Yeah, can you argue that?
Yeah, right. So
it's just too bad that he's getting it after he did what he did. Because oftentimes these guys focus so heavily on having that great contract year, blow it out of the water, and then fall apart. I mean, I don't think that Judge is going to fall apart, but it's not without precedent.
Well, he got MVP. He had, almost won the Triple Crown. He carried the Yankees through their weakest part of the season to a degree, keep them in there. And he's a great, character that you want on the front page of your daily, guide, saying this is the heart and soul, the Mickey Mantle, of your team. And he certainly deserves it. And he plays center field well. He plays right field well. He's no slouch. He steals bases. He does everything but bunt, I think.
Yeah. I mean, and so, but they don't want to pay these guys guaranteed contracts. That's just the bottom line. They don't want to. And I think if any sport should get a guaranteed contract, it should be NFL. The fact that they're putting any sport, you are putting your body on the line. Don't get me wrong. You are. Right. But let's be honest, you're not gonna deal with the long-term effects. When you're 70 years old after playing years in the NFL, you're probably gonna be in worse shape than a guy who played golf. And I think that's the big problem here. And these guys, not many of them look good in the late stage of their life. Very few of them, especially the guys who played in the 70s, and then something happened in the 80s. I don't know if it was the workout regimen, but the speed and power got a lot harder, and they didn't change the rules, and they allowed guys. You look at Bernie Kosar. We talk about this all the time. How just destroyed Bernie Kosar is,
right?
And guys like I think Dan Marino too. Dan Marino has been out of the limelight for a long time. Joe Montana has not done a lot since he retired. And these are guys
commercials.
But Joe Montana, very few. Dan Marino did a lot in the beginning, but he hasn't been out there. But he was also he put himself, on that lawsuit against the NFL, and they might have blackballed him too. Mm-hmm. Or he might just be sitting there going, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to be on the limelight anymore. I just want to do whatever. But the bottom line is the thing with Deshaun this is a crazy thing, and just like if you go back years, where's the craziness going to happen? Which team is going to happen to? It's going to happen to the Browns. Just like we went out and got Johnny Manziel. I'm surprised we didn't make a play for Tebow. It's like any circus that we can bring on this team, we happen to be bringing. And but unlike the teams like the
Cowboys per season, Odell bringing Odell in,
right? Yeah, but unlike teams like the Cowboys. We don't have a track record of being able to handle these things very well. So, and that'll be the unfortunate thing. If this experiment does not work out, then we have the 2020 COVID year playoff berth that we went in and we beat the Steelers. And I will always remember that game. Because it was the end of that era. It was the capstone on the Baker Mayfield, Jarvis Landry era in Cleveland, the leaders of the team. Then you have this year coming in, and leadership has changed. You don't really have a vocal leader on offense because Jacoby, as much as he's going to do that, the players, the coaches, the fans, everybody knows, and Jacoby himself knows, he's a stand-in. That's all he is. He's got to go out there and stand in. He's not going to command, ownership or anything like that. And for all intents and purposes, I think he did fantastic. It was the defensive side of the ball that decided to take the foot off the gas, whether that's scheming or whether that's injuries or whether it's just overall execution. It didn't work, right? And that there is accountability that needs to be held. And now if they're going to place that on the players, I mean, they're not going to get rid of Myles Garrett. They wouldn't do that. But
or Ward.
Yeah, or Ward, you paid them. And they earned it. They should have gotten paid. But how do we improve the defense? Like you were saying before, how do we improve the defense if we don't have draft picks? We don't have top talent draft. We have to get lucky in the draft by taking guys that slipped, or we have to trade, or we have to acquire them via free agent. And I think a lot of what you're going to see here for the next 6 games is going to be a determining factor for somebody who is a free agent to decide, hey, do I want to come play in Cleveland or not? If Deshaun Watson goes out there and says, hey, listen, we can put up 40 points. Me, Nick Chubb, Amari Cooper, these guys, we have talent enough, and we're going to be talented for the next 2-3 years. If you're a free agent and you're in the prime of your career right now, do you want to come to Cleveland and be a part of it and roll the dice or not? Because you look at the destination type free agent teams, the Bills, the Chiefs. I mean, the Chiefs went out there and they got the running back. Was it Jacobs from? Or who'd they get from? They just recently picked up a running back. I can't remember who it was.
Robinson? No.
Sign running chat if you know who it is. Oh, Melvin Gordon.
Gordon, yeah.
Melvin Gordon.
Cut by Denver because he fumbled too much.
He also shit on Russell.
Well, deservedly so. He's played horrible.
Well, he's played bad, but their defense has played bad too. I mean, their defense has been terrible. I mean, it's another one of those things. Like, can Russell Wilson do it all? At this stage in his career, I don't think so. No. I mean, you put any quarterback out there.
But why do you give him a break and you don't give Baker a break? Is Baker supposed to do it all? No. You just need a Kurt Warner, a guy who's very efficient, who's got a good defense, who's got running backs, who's got receivers, doesn't turn the ball over a lot. And Baker's had his issues, but that was when he was trying to do too much. If he doesn't have all that weight on his shoulders, maybe he plays a lot better.
Well, I think there was a lot going into the Baker thing. I think Baker himself, he didn't do himself any favors with the way that he handled himself with the media, maybe the way he handled himself with the other players. We don't know all the details, but obviously the front office was getting frustrated with him. And so there are players out there, and a lot of times, I think Reggie Langhorne talked about it. He's like, I wasn't the most talented guy out in the field, not by any means, but I kept getting signed. I kept getting contracts. I kept playing because I was likable and I got along with everybody. And that's something to be said, right?
Well, he was a pretty good player too.
And he was a decent player.
Because the NFL is really ruthless. I mean, you start to, lose it, diminish skills like in Bernie's case. They'll cut you in a heartbeat. You won't make it through spring practice. Yeah. Maybe they'll throw you on the practice squad. Maybe they'll bring you back if you got 4 injuries on your starting, offensive line. They'll bring you back. But short of that, there's so much talent coming out of the college ranks. They were saying that there's so many good wide receivers, and the game has changed to being not so much a running back, but a wide receiver impact player that can take your team from so-so to really, really good as a rookie receiver. If you've got a quarterback and you've got a kid who wants to, put in the work ethic and do what's needed. So they're saying, look to the draft, look for wide receivers coming out of the draft to make an impact on your team to get you, over the hump to where you need to be.
And that's the thing, like the fact that we don't have the draft picks now, I don't know what we're going to do for the next couple of years. We just have to, if Deshaun goes out there, I firmly believe this, if Deshaun goes out there and plays really good, it could attract talent. Good teams.
I agree.
Because players get to a point in their career where they're like, listen, I have millions of dollars. I have the fame. I have the endorsements. I've gotten money. I got money in the bank. And I know I got probably 3 to 5 years left in my career total. And the next 2 years are going to be really good. Where do I want to go and what do I want to do? And that's why you still see guys like Odell Beckham sitting there and going on a road show to all these teams to see who's going to be the right team for him to go to get another chance at a ring. Which is I really, as much as I criticized Odell, I don't blame him for what he's doing. I think it's a genius strategy. Sign a 1-year deal and then go win a Super Bowl with the best team, right as the playoffs start. I mean, who cares?
I don't really think he's even interested in the ring. I mean, he's such a narcissistic type of individual, meaning it's all about me. I want to go to a team that has a wide receiver on the other end so they can't double team me. I want to go to a team that's a contender so the games mean something.
Yeah.
I want to go to a team that's got a good quarterback and a good offensive line that protects him, and a guy like a Drew Brees or a Mahomes or whomever that can throw me the ball. Does he want to go back to the Giants and have Daniel Jones throw into him, they didn't pick up his 5th-year contract? I don't know. He'll get the notoriety in New York. It's a big, honcho coming back.
I mean, but here, look at. They might not even make the playoffs.
Right.
You got the Eagles 10-1. The Cowboys are 8-3. They're definitely in the hunt for a wild card. But then, do you want to go on the road the entire time?
They came from nowhere. They weren't predicted to do anything. Them and the Jets are 2 of the biggest surprises on the positive side.
Right.
So I give him credit for that. And the Giants have Wink Martindale, right? That's where he went, right?
They do, yes.
And so their defense playing a lot more aggressive. And I give him credit, obviously, for that, because the coach he puts the players in, he does the schemes, he plans the game against the opposing team in terms of what they can and cannot do, what they can handle, and so forth. So if a big key for me, and Mike, you've been harping on it for over a year, is what they do with Joe Woods. If they don't do anything between now and the end of the year, that'll sell one thing. But if they don't do anything and they bring him back and they run the same old defense, I don't care if you bring in more talent. I don't think it's going to happen, because I think they need to make a change in that coaching of that side of the ball, in order to get us to the next level, and then bring the talent in that guy wants, that it will support his schemes and be more aggressive. And then you take the pressure off of Watson to have to score 40 points a game.
I mean, this is the worst team in the NFL. They have
right.
On offense, they have the second least amount of points. They have 174 points. The worst team is the Broncos with 157. So basically 20 points, give or take, more than the worst team in the league offensively. Defensively, they've given up 260 points, which is right up there with one of the worst defenses. However, our defense has given up 286 points. We have a worse defense from a point differential perspective than the worst team in the league by a margin. Okay? So that's how bad our defense is. I mean,
it is starting quarterback for today, Mike.
Oh, that's a good question.
They benched that kid Miles.
Kyle Allen?
Kyle Allen, yeah.
So
if we can't beat him, we don't deserve to be in the league. We should be demoted to the B League.
Kyle Allen is he's been playing around. He's been around for a little while. Started off with Carolina. He is career 7-11-0. He has 25 touchdowns to 11 interceptions. 25 touchdowns to 19 interceptions. His one big year where they gave him a shot was in 2019, where he went 5-7 with Carolina, 17 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. Just completion percentage 63. I mean, it's mediocre.
Did you see in chat?
But you're right. If we can't beat Kyle Allen against with one of the least talented teams in the NFL is the Texans. Right. If we can't beat him with this offense, and even as bad as our defense has been, this should be almost like a preseason game, Dad. You're right. We should have this game locked up at halftime, and if we don't, oh man, if we end up losing this game,
oh God,
if we lose this game, and I'll just tell you guys right now, clip this. If we lose this game, and somebody is not held accountable, somebody is not fired, which I will have to be on defense, because there's no way that from an offensive standpoint, they don't have a good defense either. Right. Their defense is bad, okay? And we have a very good offense with Deshaun Watson, who's had several weeks now to get ready, plus he's been training away from the team. If we don't win this game, Joe Woods or whomever is responsible, I'm just assuming it's easy to assume it'll be Joe Woods. If there is not accountability, I will lose my damn mind. And I mean, you guys all know, typically when we lose when we're losing game, we're not performing. Like, I go nuts on Twitter anyway. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, we're talking about a win that this is as guaranteed a win as you can have in the NFL. I want to see what the betting line is.
We got to be 7.
Browns, Texans. What's the line out? Browns are an 8-point favorite.
Yeah.
From Caesars. 8 points. So more than a touchdown.
And if it was a home game, we'd be 11-point favorite,
right.
Probably.
That's including the 3 points, right? Mm-hmm. So we're 11 points. That means we should win this game. I just wonder if it's going to be a boring win or if it's going to be like an exciting, we like blow them out of the water by like 30. If I had to guess, I mean, looking at how Deshaun played for that one preseason game, and we had talked about this before, the speed of the game, right? How quickly is he going to be able to reacclimate to the speed of the game?
Well, the short game should be pretty easy, I would think. You know, the 10-yard and out, little flip over the middle, little screen play, those should be okay. It's the timing, you know, those long routes over the middle, those long ones down the sidelines, the back shoulder throws. One thing that obviously we could improve upon is Jacoby had a terrible record for throwing it over 20 yards. Now, Deshaun should be, you know, he can, a flick of a wrist, he's pretty accurate from what I understand. So that stat alone should improve as he gets more reps and he gets more opportunities, especially if they get the running game going with Chubb and Hunt. That should open up the really easy throws, short dink, 10 yards, turn around, hit the tight end, that type of thing. Cooper's playing really well, so anything thrown his direction should, you know, he has a good chance of catching it. So I don't see any downside on this at all, other than if they just don't come and they don't play, or the Texans decide they're going to play out of their rear ends for a change and pour it on the lowly Browns.
Yeah, I don't know.
Somebody wrote in chat, Mike, what happened to Ristano? You should probably talk about that.
I did. I was actually just talking to Ristano like in Twitter DMs. He's occupied this morning, so he'll be back. I think Mike is just a little bit disenfranchised with the team right now. He's still watching. We still talk about the Browns, stuff like that. I text with him a lot during the game, but I think his just level of interest in creating content about the Browns right now is pretty low.
Personal situation too.
Well, we've talked about that before.
Yeah. So I mean, he's had a tough couple of weeks.
Yeah, he lost a friend recently, a guy that we play fantasy football with, and you know it's not been easy for him. So I like with anything, especially if you talk to a lot of content creators, I out there. People go through levels of energy, right? And you can't force people into doing anything like that. You just got to let them do it. And me myself, I'm the same way. I mean, last week, I couldn't make the pregame show. We couldn't do it, and I was there for the post game, but it's sometimes it's tough to press record or tough to press, start stream,
Right.
because if you're not interested in about it, or you're just, nobody wants to be negative. Nobody wants to be sitting there and just being angry and upset with things going on. It's just like, it happens. And so oftentimes that's what it's all about for me too. I mean, even this pregame show, I mean, I've got mixed feelings too about this, because you don't know the situation. Nobody knows what happened with Deshaun exactly. There is a level of and like, no matter what anybody wants to say about this, it wasn't like, when Stafford was traded to the Rams. It wasn't like a normal situation. Whether he did anything or didn't, it wasn't a normal thing. And like my dad was saying with the whole Baker situation, how my dad's not the only one. There are a lot of people who have a lot of positive feelings towards Baker and equally negative towards Baker, right? And I'm not making this up. McNeil was putting out tweets before. Who would you rather have, Baker or Deshaun? And oftentimes, I think always it was more Baker than Deshaun, if I remember correctly. So I think Deshaun has some work to do. He's got some work to do to earn the hearts and minds of the players, the fans, and everybody. I'm watching him come out of the tunnel right now. There's some tweets that he's out there, and he looks good in Cleveland. And we're wearing all white today. He's got very orange shoes, and he looks excited to be out there. This is a field that he knows very well, a field that he's played extremely well on. I think he has probably more offensive talent on this team than he's ever had. I think DeAndre Hopkins, when he's healthy, is better than any player that we have on this team from the wide receiver core. I think, but it's not that big of a drop between prime Hopkins and what we have right now from Amari Cooper. I mean, it's definitely a drop, don't get me wrong, but it's not like a DeAndre Hopkins was a 99 and Amari Cooper's a 71. I think right now Amari Cooper is playing a solid B+ year, and although Deshaun had DeAndre Hopkins in his absolute beast level prime, I think he's got more well-rounded offense around him in terms of what we can do with the running backs, the tight ends, etc. Even though Njoku's not playing today, which is unfortunate. But I think there's a lot of talent to be seen on this offense, and Deshaun should be very comfortable there. It will also be interesting to see, and this is another kind of storyline that I want to be following during this game, is does the defense play up today? Because Deshaun's out there, does the guys on offense and them playing well, does that inspire you on defense to play better? I don't know.
I don't know. It's good question. You can play a little bit more aggressively if you're winning 14-0 than if you're losing 14-0 and you're trying to avoid somebody getting a quick touchdown behind you. So it depends on what the offense does. Who gets the ball first, who scores first, how easy it is. We've been known to blow leads like crazy in the second half, get up 14-0, 21-7, and then just do nothing in the third quarter, let the teams get back in the game, and then hold our breath for the last 5-10 minutes of the game, thinking, well, if we could only give the ball to Chubb. And in the Jets game, we gave the ball to Chubb, and they wound up scoring, and we still found a way to lose the game with less than 2 minutes to go.
Yep.
So it's really week to week, it's really different, and we certainly have not shown the consistency. So you can't get up there and predict anything really with any certainty. Maybe the odds makers, have a little bit more insight into it than we do. 8 points is a lot But in my opinion, should be more. I mean, when you're playing a 1-9 team, it should have been 10 points. But and if Watson had a game under his belt, I bet you it would have been. Or if it was a home game for us, I bet you it would be.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see who shows up, what kind of scheme. Does Texans just lay down and take a beating, or do they really fight back and say, hey, we're going to give these guys a run for their money?
Yeah, I think that we win today, like you were saying before. I think it's going to be this should be a fairly comfortable game. Mm-hmm. I think the Texans are going to play up for it. I mean, they're professional players, even though they're 1-9. I don't think that they've, I don't know a whole lot about them, but I know that they have passionate fans and they don't want to disappoint them. And if they beat the Browns, they actually get a better draft pick, right? Because the Browns will have another loss, so it's good for their organization, for them to win. But it might actually hurt them because they get a win, but then it gets offset because the Browns get a loss. So the interesting thing about this, it's almost, you got to look at it almost like that Herschel Walker deal back in the day, right? When Herschel Walker got traded to the Vikings from the Cowboys, and how many draft picks they gave up and all that kind of stuff, and then eventually turned the Cowboys into a Super Bowl team,
Right.
And can the Texans draft well enough with their 2 draft picks? They're going to have high draft pick on their own side. They could get the number 1 overall pick. Who knows? And then they could get another Browns pick, which is going to be somewhere in the teens, I would assume. Right? I mean, that's a lot of draft capital, and you could get an offensive player and a defensive player probably for the next 3 years and turn this team around. So the Texans, although they're bad now, they're going to jump right back up. How many teams? Look at us. Look how many years with us that we just were terrible and then could not put it together, even with multiple first-round picks. So you got to get lucky. You got to be able to get the right guy.
Well, they got to start with a quarterback. They got 0 there.
Yeah.
So I don't know who the best one is coming out, because they've all had shaky games here leading into the playoffs. But there's still a couple of high-quality guys coming out that
I mean, it's ugly. This is an ugly QB draft. Mm-hmm. Bryce Young, Alabama, who's... Right. I mean, I don't see a Peyton Manning or Andrew Luck coming out of this draft.
Kid last night, McFadden or McCarthy from Michigan, a very efficient game. They wound up, winning the game fairly easily. Had some nice throws. Reminds me of Brady, coming out of Michigan, that he was, a very good quarterback, but got drafted down, but then turned into a great quarterback in the NFL. So there's probably some talent out there that if you make the right pick and you develop the quarterback, you should be able. But it's going to take, the Texans aren't going to be great next year. It's going to take a year or two to rebuild that whole team. So
maybe next year's not the quarterback year. Maybe it's because you got Bryce Young, Will Levis from Kentucky, CJ Stroud from Ohio State, who everybody's excited about. But to be honest, guys, I don't see superstar in CJ Stroud in the next level. Tanner McKee out of Stanford, Hendon Hooker out of Tennessee. I mean, this is an atrocious quarterback class.
Kid from USC is halfway decent too.
It's ugly. So, but nonetheless, maybe they go out and get defense, and that could be the way to go. I mean, to be honest, I think unless there is a top tier guy who's a consensus 100%, can't miss quarterback, then you build with maybe even move down off the first pick and go and grab 2 guys or even more picks later on. Sure. You have a lot of options with the number 1 pick, right? Right now,
especially if the quarterback that you want falls and nobody's taking him till the 2nd or 3rd round. So you get the guy you want in the 3rd round,
and you're not investing. Like, let's say you like Hendon Hooker, right? Let's say you like him, who's got a decent arm, who can run, and could be an interesting quarterback at the next level. You got Hendon Hooker there, who's probably going to go third round, and you're not investing a lot. Just like when we invested in Colt. Look at Colt McCoy though. Colt McCoy's still playing in the NFL.
Right.
Imagine if we would have just invested in him and just said, you know what, Colt, we're gonna go with you. But he's a guy that we bailed on really early and has been able to make a nice career for himself as a backup quarterback and comes in and actually plays. Right? That to me is one of the most surprising things. I would have thought Colt McCoy would have washed out right after he left Cleveland, and like, you know, just like all the other ones did. You know, the Charlie Fry and
he got hurt too. They put him back in a game early on where he got a concussion. They put him back in and he got hurt. His dad was really pissed at the Browns for doing that. That set him back. But you're right. He found, you know, some quality time with some other teams, and he's doing his job as a backup this year. That's for sure.
Yeah. It's just funny. I was actually, when I was just saying that Charlie Fry thing, do you remember the year? So I remember in 2005, we had Charlie Fry. He was terrible. He was, 2-3 quarterback record, 4 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Then we bring him back next year out of the University of Akron. He goes 4-9 in 2006. Then in 2007, he's the starting quarterback again. We're sitting there like, again, Charlie Fry? And they started for the first game. He won the starting job. And we got rid of, we sent him off to Seattle after the first game of the season. And then we actually had one of the best seasons we had as Browns in 2007, that year that we shipped him off, because DA came in and played well because Brady Quinn held out for a better contract.
Right.
What a dumb guy Brady Quinn is. And he thought he was just going to walk in and be anointed. He's another one of these guys who was a little bit entitled coming in. I came from Notre Dame. I got drafted. The Browns need me more than I need them. And then guess what? He just never really. He had his shining moment was he beat Pittsburgh one time. That was Brady Quinn, and then we shipped him off to Denver or just let him go, and he got picked up by Denver. I can't remember.
Right.
But another disappointing Browns guy. Charlie Fry, right? But I mean, again, I think that the Texans are actually in an interesting position to really build a team if they can. I don't know what the culture of that organization is. I think they're kind of like, obviously they're second tier. They're kind of like the Mets to the Yankees, in Texas.
They also have a
behind Dallas
head coach, so it'll be interesting to see who they bring in with Sean Payton being out there.
Who's it? Lovie Smith?
Is it Lovie Smith?
Head coach.
Well, he wouldn't be interim then. He would be their head coach.
Lovie Smith was named head coach. Yeah, he's not interim.
Yeah.
But that was a very weird situation how they hired him too.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, and that again, they could have avoided so much if they would have just taken. Sometimes there are guys like Deshaun Watson. I mean, you looked at how much the Browns, what the Browns paid for him. Not only just gave him a contract, but also paid in terms of what they took to get him, and how many other teams were interested. It wasn't like the Browns were the only team. So anybody out there who's talking about, the Browns, have this horrible guy who did all these horrible things, we're not the only team out there that was interested in him. And similarly to the Ben Roethlisberger situation, it's all going to go away at some point. It's all going to be forgotten. He ended up paying off the women. If any other women come forward, he'll probably pay him off too, make it go away. And at the end of the day, what washes a lot of the sins away in the minds of fans is winning football games.
Right.
Ben Roethlisberger winning that second Super Bowl, it made a lot of the bad feelings go away about him.
Right.
And he ended up not just winning that one game. Like he was productive, all the way to the very end. He was productive, right? And if the Texans just would have listened to him, it was disrespectful how they handled the Deshaun situation. Maybe they knew more about what was going on behind closed doors than the rest of the world, and they said, "Well, we're not going to give you the respect. We're not going to listen to you about who you want to be a head coach. Like, we don't care. So, but I think it's a dangerous way to run a team. So that's the Houston Texans. But
that's for sure.
A lot going on, guys. We're gonna get ready for the game.
Right.
So we're gonna pause here. We'll be back for the post game show. I'm going to. Hey, Robin, how's it going? I saw you there. Ryan Burlow's in the house as well. What's going on, guys? Isaiah Gassina's here. Let's see who else. The Smoke is in the house. Anybody else? B Skrills. I don't know if I gave B Skrills a shout out yet. So welcome, guys. Appreciate you all being here. Let's go beat the Texans and then have a fun post-game show and be drinking Victory Monday coffee tomorrow.
Yeah,
what do you guys say? What do we say to that?
Go Browns.
All right, go Browns, guys. We will be back post-game. Adios.